Hello, Kai. Welcome back. Congrats on first. Oh, our Demon Kaz is here, huh? Because he's a brat? Has he been bratty lately? Thanks for your daily check-in, Kai. Let's see. Is that a bit loud? Hopefully it's fine, right? Yeah, I think it's fine. Alright, we're back with some more Beacon Pines. Sounds fine, thank you, Kai. Let me just raise my mic a bit. I'm hoping to finish it today. I actually had intended to finish it in one try, but I started way too late last time, and even today, it's like 9:17 p.m. already for me. Oh well. Hopefully I want to finish though. Alright, let's go. Meet me at the treehouse tonight. I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of. Meet me at Mission Control. Roger that, Space Cadet. No, not C. Space? Space. Wait, watch your step. I think that was the voice I gave you, right? I'm gonna forget some of the voices. Oh, sorry. There was a whole family of beetles here. They've gone missing. I thought they just sort of wandered around. Everyone has a home, Luka. Even beetles.
Luka checked the soles of his sandals.
I think we're okay. It's weird that they're gone. They went missing when the festival preparations began. You think the noise scared them away? Something like that. Just watch where you step, okay? Okay. Let me see if I can find some more words. You can tell those jerks. It doesn't matter how many boxes they pile up. I ain't moving. Okie doke, if you say so. Hello. She doesn't want to talk to me. Anger from the past, mistakes not yet made, and a glimmering hope for the future. He carried them all in equal parts everywhere he went. Oh heavens, what a burden to bear. Really enjoying that book. Let's start with you. What voice did I give you? Mr. Wilder, I trust you have time to chat.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper
Oh, wait,
Valentine's
it was a woman,
children,
right.
and heir to the Valentine fortune.
Forgot it was his mother, not his father.
Had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
Smokey, welcome in. I stopped briefly. I didn't say anything, but I stopped briefly by your stream earlier. I hope it was good. I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yes. That is the news of the day. But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more so interested in this town's future, rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Okay, calm down there. Well, things change, ma'am. And you know, change is a dangerous... If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy. Anatomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. So it was over. Sorry you had to deal with that, Mr. Wilder. You alright? Last Chance Diner? Right. So what's the scoop, bet friend? Hey, Don. Hey, Luka. What's up? They got you on jam delivery, eh? Yep. Have you seen the new kid around yet? New kid? Yeah, came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this, one of them is working for William Kerr and Perennial Harvest. And the other is working for Heiress Valentine. And? The Valentines represent Beacon Pine's past. Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as this town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations. I can imagine. Hello, Mai. Welcome in. Congrats on second. 12 times on being second. Nice. And thank you for your daily check-in. 47 times. Just 3 more times, Mai. Oh. Actually got to go in here. If I could just be left alone, young Mr. Van Horn. Oh, sure. Sorry to bother you. It's just that... Mr. Kerr has asked me to make the opening speech at the festival. Being mayor and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. Not really. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being mayor or for public speaking? Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family. For our legacy. That sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great. Well, if it isn't my favorite little jam runner. Hey, Mr. Fratelli. Mrs. Fratelli. Look at you.
She leaned forward and pinched Luka's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your grand not feeding you? She is. It's just... I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute, running around in your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart. What happened with Eleanor? Oh, thanks for your daily check-in, Smokey. Ooh, I got a break. I've got a feeling she's out there somewhere, yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from her son.
Luka shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see here.
Mrs. Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, they even have my name on them. How thoughtful.
She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
You tell your gran hello for me, Luka. Will do.
Luka squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Oh. Oh. Look how young everyone looks. Especially you. Mama! I do look cute with my little apron. I'm ready to help, Mama. All right, little buckaroo. It's up to us to feed these folks while Mrs. Fratelli is away. I've got to deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. Do you think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, Mama. Hiya, Roxy. Luka? I'm helping. Wow. Hopefully your work ethic will rub off on Rolo. Well, what can I get you? I'm not really feeling like a burger. How about a chicken sandwich with bacon on top? Coming right up. Tender? Chicken tenders? I would get the chicken tenders, honestly. Or the burger. The candy is insane. She said bacon, though. That don't look like no bacon. Is that cactus? That's not what I ordered. I wanted chicken and bacon, remember? I did not remember. I got carried away with what the other stuff was, and I forgot what the first ingredient was. I'm still tempted to give her candy. Chili's interesting. Here you go. I call it the Love Me Tenders. Cute. Nice. Oops. Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? I'm just helping out. Ah, my father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says, children are to be sails, pulling a family ever forward. That doesn't sound very nice, very fun. There's plenty of time for fun. For instance, Father and I always make time to have lunch together once a month.
Luka glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Should I come back? Oh no. It turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone. Oh. The silver lining is, without him around, I can have my usual. Candy? A nice stack of cold cuts, topped with a pile of sloppy chili. Okay, this time I remember the order. This one. And this one. Easy. Here you are. Cold cuts with steaming hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. That's perfect. Thank you. What do you want? Did I give him a voice already? I probably did. I don't remember what it was. Gadzooks, they've shrunk the waitstaff.
Jeff slapped the table and gave Luka a toothy grin.
Okay, I just don't remember what it was. How's your pops doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that fishing rod he ordered should be ready next week, will ya? Sure thing. I've been in the mood for something sweet. Candy? You got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth? A sweet burger? Yeah, and top it off with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus? The heart wants what it wants. Okay. Candy and cactus. Very strange, but okay. No, that's not what I wanted. I just want to serve it from this side. Okay, never mind. Here's your order. I call it the sweet and stabby. That's a good one. Now that's a burger with a bite. Mama, looks like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? Okay, I'll be back. Huh. Can I go back in? Or do you want me to come back later? You want me to come back later with more words. Okie doke. What about down here? I made you a nerd, didn't I? I feel like someone else should be the nerd. Actually, no, I think I made you a kid. How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know. Somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold cold? Look, Bert. Do you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hiram Tolliver. I need to remember to say his name. Hello?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. No bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Gran had some jam Gran had some jam I'm supposed to give you?
He leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, these ones on top. She wrote your name on them.
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes. The jam. Thank you so much for delivering this jam to me.
He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luka a little wink.
I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course. Of course.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. You're weird, Mr. Tolliver. You're a strange man, Mr. Tolliver. What? I kicked it. Oh. Because last time I was punching it or hitting it, right? Slapping it. But since my hands are full, I kicked it. I did know there was an achievement to kick it. So I just randomly checked on it to see how to achieve that, and I didn't expect it to be that easy. I regret this.
We are.
Alright, I guess I gotta give some to you. Psych! Wait. Psych! Ah. Do I have to? He's a murderer. He killed me. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncreed. Luka, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luka for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery for the day. Oh, in that case.
Nuncreed snatched the basket from Luka.
I'll hold on to the basket until the next time I see your Gran. Of course you will. Any excuse he can get to see my Gran. Oh hey, new kid. So in this version, we haven't met her yet. What voice did I give her? I think it was the, hey, you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect. Follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay? What just happened? Well, let me drink some water. She wants me to meet her parents? Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Ah, okay, so she grabbed the first kid she saw. I kind of figured. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this. His favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, didn't say it was my favorite. You made me choose between two options. And what is your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luka. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Uh-oh. Luka Van Horn. Nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, and this is Ilona. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luka a quick nudge.
Oh, yeah. Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So you both can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh, darling, we never doubted you. It's just that, for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, I feel called out. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. Actually, 2 down. I actually come as a pair. Actually, my friend has a sister, so you can say 3 down. What Nellie means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. Luka, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him, and he said he would love to. Okay, well, it's just... wonderful! In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get in too much trouble now. Keep tripping on my words a little bit. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome? I owe you one. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is a little cottage next to that big mansion place. You live in there? Does that mean you're the housekeepers, or you just live there? Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one in this whole friend grift. Great. See you there. Okay, on my way. I'll try not to get you killed. Oh, you're here now. Good morning, Joe.
That's so good about it. Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me.
Come on now, it's not all bad. The festival's coming up.
The festival. Old man Valentine used to put on cockamamie shindigs all the time. And where did that get us?
Well, it's Perennial Harvest putting on this one. And they're doing it for the whole town.
As far as I see it, the difference between the old Valentine company and this new Perennial Harvest outfit
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
is the difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana.
Clarify, please. But those are both garbage. Ah, okay, there you go. Clarified, thank you.
Exactly.
I forgot about the library. Hello. Hey, Kaido. Oh, there's so many characters. Good afternoon, Luka. Can I help you find something? Maybe. Maybe not. Try me. Well, there's been some weird stuff going on at the old Valentine warehouse. Can't say I know anything about the old warehouse. But empty hives don't stay empty for long. Huh?
Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
The more I read about bees, the more similarities I see with people. If a hive collapses and fails, it doesn't stay empty for long. A new queen will set up shop pretty quickly. So you're saying it would make sense for someone new to start using the old warehouse? Nature abhors a vacuum. Hey, Jace. Oh, hey, Luka. Have you seen this new issue of Hank Atomic? Not yet. No spoilers, please. It's awesome. It's a flashback. No spoilers, please. We get to see how mild-mannered Henry Adams becomes Hank Atomic, man of space justice. Jace, no spoilers. Oh, sorry. My point is, you're gonna love it. All right, Jace. Catch you later. Roger that, Space Cadet. Thank you for nothing, Mr. Spoiler. I can go into the... Ho there, little buddy. What brings you to this neck of the woods? Oh, I was just wandering around a bit. Wandering? How wonderful. Children and their wonderful wandering. Oh, to be young. Anyways, I can't let you pass just now. Top secret business that away.
Mr. Kerr winked with a wry smile.
Ah, I'm just yanking your chain. Perennial Harvest is just making a few improvements.
He gave Luka an energetic thump on the shoulder.
Better head home now. Our harvest awaits. You're evil. I'm here. Hello. So, who all lives in that house? Eris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back. The creepy little kid in the vest. He's not that creepy. That sounds like the one. So, just 3 people live in that huge thing? Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but personally, I also like a lot of space. I would love to have a big house to just run around in. Sit here, sit over there, sit wherever. Hang out wherever. I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. So it's empty and boring? Pretty much. What a waste. My mom says that it used to be way busier, back before Sharper died. Before the Foul Harvest. Okay. And that's like the 5th time someone mentioned this Foul Harvest thing. And you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually, you're going to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Let me drink some water. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? Well, why not? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luka? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle that.
Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4.
Hey.
Dinner with the Moodwills.
Moodwills?
Ilona Moodwill was worried about change.
Ilona
a gardener
Moodwill.
at heart. She understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love. Couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates.
That's fine. No
Dinner
biggie.
went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luka finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair.
Pizza.
The things she
Wait,
cared about
was
were
it pineapple?
still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So, Luka, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma. Over on the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where are your parents at? Beck, manners. It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh, dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luka's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luka, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd have put more effort into dinner.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
Well, you guys just moved in, it's fine. We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite. I'm sorry. Are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck. I'm sorry, Luka. This move has us all... Why can I not speak? I keep tripping over my words. I'm sorry, Luka. This move has us all a little tired.
Luka wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So, Beck said that you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luka a swift kick under the table.
You started it. Ow! I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her their newest lead researcher of deep engineering. She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the floor.
Luka glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luka, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream. Oh. Will. You swore you didn't...
Beck slammed her fist into the table.
Oh, that's why Beck didn't want me to talk about work.
Perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luka. How about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rollo soon.
Luka glanced outside to gauge the time.
Why don't you come with?
The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Never mind. Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around here.
Luka wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you all for the pizza. It really was good. See you at the festival, Beck. Oh, wait up. You're going with me? I'll walk you home. Why?
Surprised, Luka turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually.
I'm gonna get them killed, aren't I?
Probably.
Rumble, break. The clouds above began to... When you say break, do you mean go away? Or something worse? Something worse than rumble. Let's go with rumble.
Luka began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before the storm kicks off?
Luka surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Yeah, let's go with that plan. You stay, I run. So you don't have to run with me and then come back. Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch a cold. Well, guess I'm not going home. I hope. Wait, is this going to get Rollo killed? Luka, Nellie will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest.
Luka squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luka adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luka wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. Okay, I think it's really weird, but it's fine. I don't really care. But weird can be cool. Oh, wow. Rollo and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luka flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all farm reports and static. Aw, shucks.
Luka bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Sorry, I had to yawn. Punch it.
He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview Condors. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry. Was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going-away cards. Some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. Unfortunate. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. And that's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you cared enough to keep them, is all. Luka, can I ask you something? Of course. Dang, didn't that hurt? I'll be honest. That hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Sure. Well, Rollo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? Oh yeah, for sure. But that's a different circumstance for me. It didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem. Hello, Aliath. Welcome in. Thanks for your daily check-in.
Luka took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little: don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. Very true. So then, what do you do when you don't know what to do? Dad never got to that part. Something I figured out on my own, though. You gotta do something. Anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know. Something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. That things are gonna change.
Luka let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Isn't that gonna make her parents come up here? Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate that I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere? Brah!
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow, I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. See you and Rollo at the festival? Sounds good. And Luka, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luka a light thump on the arm before heading in.
Aw, a sweet little moment.
Chapter 5.
Hopefully I don't die.
Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luka felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad, not even Rollo.
Whoops, sorry.
But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luka told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
You can have multiple best friends. It's fine.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
I see that. Any words I can get? No? Okay. Oh, Dawn.
The Valentine mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
Oh, Dawn. Hey, Dawn. Tracking down a lead? You bet! I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out, when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament. Peculiar how? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance. There were conditions. Like what? The document stipulated that the Harris had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age, who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo! So, Eris was forced to take care of him? Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it, old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains the way Eris treats him. Poor Solomon. How did you find all of this out? A good reporter never reveals her source, Luka. Okay, if you say so. I better not dilly-dally. Gotta get to the treehouse. I actually meant to go over here. Nope, nothing. I can't look at nothing? Okay. Ma'am, you realize it's nighttime, right? He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens! This is no time for fractured friendships. Do you just live here? Ma'am, do you have a home? Are you homeless? So I didn't look at the statue. Can I look at the statue? Nope. You gonna say don't dilly-dally? No. I don't think there's any difference to being here at night. Okay, fine. What if there is a difference? He'll just say dilly-dally, right? No, he didn't say it. The diner's open. No, it's not. Oh god, not again.
Excuse me. What are you doing?
Just locking up for the night, sir.
Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule.
Not exactly, sir.
The storm set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided?
Yes, sir.
I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes?
Yes, sir. Very much, sir.
Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them?
No.
That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we got all sleepy?
Of course not, sir.
Good. Then it's decided.
Yes, sir. We'll work till the task is done.
See that you do. Our harvest awaits.
Okay, well, I'm not getting in there. Can I do some fishing? Hi, Dad. I'm back. Oh, God. Am I going to get some fish skeleton, maybe? Or would I get some pond scum? Or would I get... What am I going to get?
Luka wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
If you say so. What am I going to get? Wait, what is that? A locket? A pocket watch?
Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures. If he had his way, the property of Sharper Valentine would be written on everything in this town.
Should we give it back to him?
He may not even want it back. Man's got a contentious relationship with time. We'll keep it here, in case he ever wants to pick it up.
Okay, so it is a pocket watch. And that's all the words I have, so...
Rollo, are you still up there?
Are you okay? I'm sorry. Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back never.
Luka had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times. And it always meant one thing.
He's upset.
You're upset.
Oh? What makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason?
I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
You know it rained, right? At least you're alive.
The rain held me up.
Liar! You weren't even home.
What?
The storm got bad and I got worried. So I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house. And you weren't there.
I hadn't made it back yet.
I'm not a fool, Luka. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam.
No, That storm rolled in out of nowhere. And I got stuck after dinner at Beck's.
Luka stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck?
She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. We drink some water. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she made new friends.
New friends? I spent all day waiting for you. And you were off making new friends?
It's not like that, Rollo.
You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise. But you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship.
What does that even mean?
Luka became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I kept my word. 'Cause that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your Gran doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you want. And you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa is right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luka. Stop quoting your pa's nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my pa is still around. Ooh, okay.
The words hung in the cold night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luka, Good night, Rollo. Dang it. You just want me to go to sleep?
Luka dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Soccer ball? Rollo. What a jerk. Call me a bad friend? Oh, I'm Rollo. Look at me and my amazing family. Are we done with the ball? Do we go to sleep now? No achievement? Okay, I guess we go to sleep. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Weep. Luka,
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luka, are you alright?
I'm fine. I just don't feel like getting up yet.
Okay. I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I've got to run out and take care of some things.
Okay.
I'll be back later to check in.
Sure.
Luka just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Bet Rollo's still gonna go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable. Didn't we promise Beck we'd be there?
Luka dozed off again.
Luka, I see you didn't eat your oatmeal.
I wasn't hungry.
Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too.
Thanks.
Rollo came by.
What did he say?
He wanted to talk to you.
What did you say?
I told him you weren't feeling well.
Good.
So, your plan is to just sit in your room all day?
Pretty much.
Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do you some good.
Noted.
Luka still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
There's never anything interesting in the festival anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Come back. That's not where I wanted you to be. Okay, perfect. Now just... gimme.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first volume.
Luka carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art.
Why do we have it? In our room, where we're kicking around a ball recklessly.
Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luka keep it at his house.
Why?
Luka wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luka's more often.
All of the above?
Whatever the reason, Luka didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luka lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Gran?
Luka, another little friend came to see you.
Beck?
A girl named Beck Modwell. She said you met yesterday.
What did she say? Is she here?
She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today.
Oh.
She seems nice.
Yeah.
You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in?
I mean, half of it is your room. Hello, Kai. Welcome in. I'm never going to be able to catch up to your raids. Welcome in, Kai. Welcome in, Raiders. How is everyone? Cat raid. I know you were definitely enjoying the game, so... I don't know too much about Skyrim other than the memes, but I did see you telling other streamers you were really enjoying it. But welcome in, Raiders. My name is Carl Wolf. I'm a daily streamer and variety gamer, especially a story gamer. I play RPGs, visual novels, adventure games, point-and-click adventure games, survival games, and I play horror games every Sunday. It's so much bigger than expected. I do know that. I definitely know it's a very big game. Right now I am playing a game called Beacon Pines, which is a very nice little visual novel where we are reading from an actual storybook and playing around with the characters in like an actual moving around setting.
Can I come in?
Maybe later.
Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table. In case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luka had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luka stood
Right
in
on the
a
book.
vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile. then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source?
The source?
Luka's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit.
Huh?
The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luka held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luka peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself.
Like a small miniature version of the city, or a book of it?
Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling
Miniature
as they were
version,
consumed
okay.
by flame. Luka could see small shadows moving in the burning city.
The people?
People. Luka leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luka's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp.
Is it gonna be, Nutcreed?
A cloud
Or
of
not
torpid
Nutcreed,
mist escaped,
Nuncreed.
slowly revealing the face within. Luka's own face looked back at him.
What do you mean my own face?
Older, worn, distant.
Oh.
The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Luka staggered back. You aren't me. Luka felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him.
Help me, Father.
Every choice sets us on a path.
Did I make a bad choice?
This is the end of one of your paths, son.
Ow.
Luka watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint.
I don't want to see it.
Luka watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luka felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luka woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luka rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rolo fought about doesn't matter. But he...
Gran silenced Luka with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Now get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rollo, doesn't it?
Luka gave a reluctant nod.
So, buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last-minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. All right. I love you, Luka. I love you too.
Luka took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6.
Hey, we made it to chapter 6.
Through thick and thin.
And no one's died yet.
Despite Luka's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo.
Yes, you
A big
do.
fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luka emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
Anything up here if I go here? It's been a while since I've been up here. No? Nothing up here? Okay. Part of this game is finding words that I can use at important moments in the story. Oh, hi. There you are. Luka. Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
He wants to apologize, but thinks we don't want to see him? A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luka. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luka looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. Though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. The library. Still can't go this way. Is there anything I can look at here? Nope. Hey. Unique New York. Unique New York. I couldn't read. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Hello, Iki. Welcome in. I love Beacon Pines. Yes, it's a very cute, fun game. Welcome in, Iki. How are you today? Hope stream is good. Just warming up for my big ceremonial speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
I'm also doing good. Gotta limber up the old gab box. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. Well, break a leg. Haven't done a chatting stream in a hot minute. I'm not enough of a yapper to be able to do a chatting stream. Not much goes on in my life. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as in... I'm not even gonna try. And it's not just the beetles. This morning, I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything just that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Same? Yeah, maybe that's it. Oh. Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech and the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. Hey, you're back. I do not remember your voice. Did you hear? After Mr. Kerr gives his big speech, they're gonna have the first annual biggest catch competition. As long as a boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. Good luck. Does my new word count? It does not. Nope.
Luka gently baited for skimming.
I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. The town's still falling apart. The weather's still cruddy. And this season's harvest looks like it's going to be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is going to change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fits. I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. Ain't moving. Well, at least you're not a freak this time.
Every single time.
Yup.
Wait for it.
Unexplained sound once again noted.
Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Haha.
Nope, stop jumping.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey Jeff, everything alright?
Yeah, fine. Everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know?
I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luka with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Okay. You guys are everywhere, huh? Most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. Don, you're gonna sleep through the festival. I got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks there's a big deal. Okay, well that's closed. Oh, you're right here. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. I wanted to see what all the festival fuss is about. But I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Luka, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True, true. So, what you got in there? Books. Okay. Oh, I can't talk to you anymore? This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the foul harvest. I had my doubts about perennial harvests, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. Hiya, Luka. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh, nothing.
Sorry all became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Okay. Weird.
Luka, did you know that Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that.
Wow, yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean?
It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations,
That's great.
census taking, emergency services.
Hey, Luka. So you've done it. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh, nothing.
Griffin looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. This is what you meant by Griffin. When you slap a watermelon. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now, will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. If you say so. Don't know if I trust you. Are you going to say I can't go any further? Oh, you didn't. Ooh. I'll take that. I'm looking for my words. There's no words. Okay. I'm assuming I can't go in, right? Yeah. Back to the library. The library. Somewhere quiet. It's not even here. Hi, Jace. Still working through the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon toward the end. Did you know? Hank Atomic Shrink Array doesn't technically shrink stuff. It uses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around an object, leaving that object unaltered. That seems a bit over the top. So it just looks shrunk compared to everything else. Bingo. That's wild. But Jace, no spoilers, please.
Oh, right. Sorry. Hey, Luka.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle.
I mean, it wasn't hard. The first?
Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you?
Rolo does go all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Him.
On planet Farpole, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luka eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. On planet Farpole, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue. I can tell you one thing. It's not out there. What you need to find is inside this library somewhere. Let's see.
Luka grabbed the 5 pillars of success from the shelf.
Once you've got a book, you can either bring it here to me, or just grab a different one.
Luka grabbed The Issue with Self-Help, a helpful guide, from the shelf. Luka grabbed 500 meals for one big pot from the shelf.
Okay.
Luka grabbed The Modern Science of Atomic Radiation from the shelf.
No.
Luka grabbed Natural Photography, Volume 5 from the shelf. Luka grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, Issue number 4 from the shelf. Luka grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, Issue number 5 from the shelf.
That's the one I need. Surely. Ah! You found it!
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luka's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed.
You defaced a book?
The Adventures of Hank Atomic, Issue 5.
Or no?
Luka
Oh no,
clicked
it
his
just glows in
tongue
the
with
light apparently.
recognition.
Oh, hang on. I need to ban someone. Oh, Sky's here. There we go. It was another best viewers comment, so. Rollo's cipher pen? He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Now, let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift.
He continued flipping.
Only found in... Grub. Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift. In... Grub. Cart. Grift in Griffin. Griffin's grub cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah! Brilliant! I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Hello, Gourds. Welcome in. Streamer Man is streaming, yes. I'm doing good, Gourds. How are you today? Thank you for your daily check-in, Gourds. Oh, hydrate? I do need to hydrate, actually. Thank you, Gourds. Hey, Griffin. I'm doing well today. That's good to hear. Did Rollo come...
Before Luka could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, the corn dog. Oh. That's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or something.
Luka shrugged. taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
It's cold. Oh, yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rolo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's just...
Luka tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh, come on.
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain, up the step.
Luka finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
I thought it was cold. This is getting to be a whole thing. Oh, wait. Up the step. Well, that explains why she said what she said. There you are, Luka. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me one.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
Oh. What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task of friendship brings. See? That wasn't so hard. I got a new word. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Good luck, Luka. I didn't realize he was a guy. I see. Also, I actually did not pay attention to the clue. What takes flight but has no wings, your final task of friendship brings. What takes flight but has no wings? Oh. Oh, that's just a pose. Yeah. I want to see if there's any words. Hey, you take a guess? I mean, you can. Right now I'm just trying to see if I can find some words, because I didn't go over here yet. I can talk to you again. Oh no, I can't. That's just the sign. I'd say balloons take flight with helium, but they have no wings. That is true. But I mean, I don't think the balloons seem to matter. That was a good one. I don't think I need to go all the way back this way then. What takes flight but has no wings? I mean, rockets. Fireworks. Oh, he was literally right here. I didn't even see him. How? It let me walk past him. I didn't click on him. I just walked up to him, but it let me walk past him before. I didn't even see him there. I saw the balloons. I did not see him. Hey.
Hey. Did you find the comic book?
Yep.
And you got the corn dog?
Yeah.
Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said. But here, you've earned this.
Rolo sheepishly handed Luka the balloons.
Oh, well, you were right. It was balloons, so. Okay, I got flight. Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry you got so mad.
Dang it. You were supposed to let me apologize first.
Oh. Sorry.
Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luka, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened, with your mom and all. I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out.
Rolo.
Still, my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough.
I was literally helping them. I literally said that.
But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luka. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luka threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Aw. Rolo, I don't deserve you.
I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around and try to find some info about your mom.
Snoop where?
We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival.
We're gonna die if we do that.
Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down?
Had to get some water. You know, when it said it was his best friend, it should have been obvious that this would be a reoccurring character. I don't know why I gave him that voice. That should have been a voice for some one-off character or some minor side character. What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us.
Really?
Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day.
You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable.
That sounds perfect. Yay! Happy ending! Where's Beck, though? It's not gonna be a happy ending, though. Let's be real. Nope. Also, I got a new word. Does new word matter? No.
Luka gently bit for skim.
Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rollo handed Luka an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now.
A letter?
Luka, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand.
Granny?
If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you.
She's risking her life to stop some evil plot.
None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luka folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
So we're just gonna ignore that? Bro, why can't McDonald's give me a fork when I ordered a poutine? I swear, half the time they forget. I mean, we're talking about the same place that constantly has broken milkshake machines. In a lot of places. The majority of the time, I've been able to get a milkshake whenever I went, but there were a couple times where, yeah, they were broken or something. Whereas other people, they're like constantly broken. Also, the same place where their favorite thing, my favorite thing from them is their fries, for sure. When they cook it perfectly, when it's nice and crisp and salty. Lately, the last time that I've been going, which has been a long time, they just keep making it like a little undercooked, a little soggy. Or they kind of overcook it. Like when they get it right, they're great. But they only get it right sometimes.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about?
Maybe later.
Sure. Whatever you want.
I don't think Gord's asked about the letter, Frosty. That's funny. You know, you really didn't have to go to all the trouble just to apologize. Oh, for sure. It definitely does. Like, I prefer going to Sonic, a fast food restaurant. I don't know if you know that one, but I prefer going to Sonic for burgers and chicken, and going to McDonald's for fries. So, like, I'll go to Sonic first and then get the fries from McDonald's afterwards.
I know. We've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth. This was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me.
I've heard of Sonic, but never seen one. Like, I also always liked McDonald's burgers, because I just like a pretty plain burger with just ketchup and mustard. But Sonic's burgers, when you're not getting the junior ones, but like the actual full burgers, are actually like really big. They're like double the size of McDonald's. Like with McDonald's, I can probably eat like 6 burgers. With Sonic, I can eat 3. Because it's basically 6 burgers from McDonald's. And it used to be so much cheaper, but now it's not as cheap as before. Neither is McDonald's, honestly. Yes. Like, actually, before, I was always ordering the junior burger because it was automatically ketchup and mustard. So I didn't have to worry about telling them what I wanted. I could just order a junior burger and get what I wanted. I didn't know their burgers were that big. So me and Wolf one day just ordered regular burgers, only to find them being huge. And we ordered like 3 each, and we were full, like halfway through the 3rd one. Yeah, definitely my favorite burger place. Personally.
This was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me.
Rolo.
Luka was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
Oh, also, especially, and I fortunately didn't find this out until way later, and then even Wolf, I just told him like some months back, he didn't know. But you can actually get jalapenos at Sonic. It was in very, very small print at the top as the extra toppings, but yeah, now I get, every time I go there, I get a jalapeno slices on my burger, so I get nice spicy burgers.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice?
We can still go.
Nah, this is fine.
Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Uh-oh. Granny, what'd you do? Huh? What was that?
Ah, man. We missed the fireworks?
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Something ancient? Oh, okay. Well, Granny, you failed hardcore. We're all dead.
The room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice.
Thanks, Granny.
2 boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason.
Separated despite being right next to each other.
And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together.
The stream lagged right as it said the treehouse rumbled? Really?
For the rest of time. The end.
The end. Oh, that's the end of the stream, everyone. I'm kidding.
No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either.
I will not.
There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Well, I can still go back and break. I can go back and do flight. Let's go back and do break.
Luka began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night.
Okay, so it did mean break isn't
Moonlight
going away.
filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Oh, they actually get to meet Rollo? That should be interesting. Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rollo I'd tell him about...
Luka stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise you tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Luka saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? Nope, totally boring. It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
It's that meme. Let me in! Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide! Oh, so you are in on it. That's Eris Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. Now this is what I was talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything? I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. you talking about the Ice Age? If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady. But that's just flat out super villain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
No, but... family.
A chill ran down Luka's spine.
You know, I was starting to think, what if it was her, but I thought... What if she was involved somehow? But it was giving off the vibes that, oh, hello, Levi. Sorry, I didn't notice you, but welcome in. Hope you're doing well today, Levi. It was kind of presenting itself as if she was, like, working against, certain people. Actually, maybe she still is. Just because she's wearing a hazmat suit, might be jumping to conclusions. Because the, Nun Creed, he's definitely a bad guy who killed me and was working with the hazmat people. And I think he wore one himself? I don't remember. He was definitely working with them, though. And it seemed like he was trying to reach to our grandma. So I think whatever they're doing, our grandma just needed a suit of her own. Maybe to infiltrate them. So she's working with the heiress?
His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luka looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Welcome back, Levi. Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Well then.
Chapter 5.
Yes, I will be playing Subnautica again next week. On probably Monday.
What big ears you have.
My grandma. What big ears you have.
Luka sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well... I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Well, let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Okie doke. Let me guess, you're gonna tell me I can't dilly-dally? Oh, you don't say anything. You just don't let me. Ah, there's Nun Creed. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course. We're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate. We'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility. Then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Ha! Ha ha! I don't know if I want him to see us. Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luka, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give him a good hard bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran tells me to just keep away from the clipboards. That's good. That's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luka. Speaking of which, you'd better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Okay, we'll do that. Bye, Mr. Nuncreed. You son of a... The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure intoned, are you prepared to live with the truth? I think she literally lives on this bench now. Until that book is done. Hello. Another day, another dollar. See ya tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the Perennial Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. I can't wait. Should we have gone to Dawn? Can I go to Dawn? Are you over here, Dawn? Nah, she's not over here. So what are you two doing? Oop.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without you.
The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that.
Nonsense. That reminds me. I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions.
Yes. She has been indisposed of late.
She doesn't much like me, does she?
Oh, no. That's not it at all. She's just been busy.
Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines.
My father was a great man.
You're darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr?
Call me William. Ask away.
William, why are you doing all of this?
Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party.
Not just the festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down in their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines?
You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds.
Seeds?
Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special.
You see potential here.
Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course.
Oh.
Good night, Mayor Valentine. He didn't even see us. Good. Well, you have fun with that. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the Trios is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? Rolo? He's... Rolo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry,
I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this foul harvest thingy is. It's a kind of long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, or air, or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year, the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep. For some reason, their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn Initiative? Yep. First thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels, one town over for a week, while they decontaminated the groundwater. What else did they do? They did something. We'd better get going. Rollo, I'm here. I brought someone.
It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid?
Name's Beck. You must be Rollo.
I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
What happened to him being prickly with new people?
You'll find me spared no expense in construction.
I've seen worse looking piles of junk.
Thanks. Hey, Luka. You know the security concerns we talked about?
Let me drink some water. Yeah?
While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test and infiltration. Can't be too safe these days.
He goes all out, doesn't he? He 100% does. Always. Lavish. Got a new word. So... You do want me to throw something. Okay, I have no aim. Hello, Hikaru. Welcome in. Thanks for your daily check-in. I got it. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. I do need to keep hydrate. I gotta do it again. Hope you're doing good today, Hikaru. Let me grab this. me aim. The way he threw it. Perfect. Oh, come on. Wait. You know you're kidding. Are we done, Rolo? Thank you. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice.
So, pretty sweet security, right?
It was imaginative, I'll give you that.
Luka, are we sure we can trust the new recruit?
Luka, you said he was going to be real prickly. He's not prickly at all. I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess.
Oh, okay, Luka. You promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luka sucked in a long breath.
So like I said, there was someone there.
What were they doing?
I don't know, but the place was lit up and active.
Maybe they were squatters.
I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running.
Man pulled you in?
Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman.
How did you get away?
I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran.
Dang.
That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Grant, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup.
So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. Then you saw your Gran in the same suit, talking to Eris Valentine?
Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kinda awesome.
Rollo and Luka shot back a look.
No offense.
And so, we can logically conclude aliens, or alien zombies, have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your Gran, and she tried to murder you.
First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something. Maybe.
Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide?
I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after
His mom went missing.
Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It'd been years since I'd seen her. Luka, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luka gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up.
We could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luka, your Gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house.
If my Gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed it by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. Then we can start getting to the bottom of this.
I'm always game for a good snoop.
You can count me in. You're gonna blow my nose real quick.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luka walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Anything I can mess with? I'm coming. Can I go in here? We could soup in there. Yes, what is it? Rollo, what on earth is that? Sherlock Rollo? That ridiculous thing on your head.
Oh, this? It helps me think.
You're gonna need a lot more of those.
Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear?
Yep. Whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day.
Very well. The game is afoot.
Luka and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were a Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Well, I can think of two places.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for.
Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers.
I don't think that's how that goes, but okay.
Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence.
She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo.
Drat! It may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash.
Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luka, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Upstairs. Yeah. The closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first? No dice. It's locked.
Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now.
And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? I was gonna say, that was the two places. It's the closet upstairs and her berry bushes. She has her berry bushes.
Who has ever thought? I'm gonna take this important thing and huck it in a bush.
True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary. Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway. I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luka's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Guys, we're gonna break the dishware. Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine.
Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And now, I shall proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luka scrambled up Rollo's back.
Yeah, we just meant use you as a stool.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work.
Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to stand on, to sit on.
This is beneath my standing.
Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh, hey. Let me just yank on this random teacup and...
As Beck pulled
No
on one of the
way.
teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Okay, well, Beck's got some subconscious sixth sense. Good job. Seems like your Gran has been doing some remodeling.
Dude, only 2 types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes.
So, which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracy vibe?
Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good.
We need to look around before jumping to conclusions.
Luka jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter.
Walter?
For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there?
It's... my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luka nodded and caressed the label with his
Really?
thumb.
So he was a doctor who liked to fish. I guess I kind of thought maybe he was a fisherman, but I guess not. He just liked to fish.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it?
One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live.
Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of a preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terrence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malice? I don't know.
I've seen that word before, but I don't remember how to pronounce it.
Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscle and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy.
Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph?
That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions.
It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes.
So it might be related to something else.
Rollo scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exasperated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Luka, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends.
What? There has to be more.
Luka frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luka, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean, enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Luka slammed the drawer shut.
Well, there's that. You guys... Okay, they had me trapped for a moment. What is this?
What do we have here?
Barrels marked caution, explosive. And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town.
What kind of incendiary jam is your grand making?
New word? She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs. Right?
Only one way to find out.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
You sure that's a good idea?
Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And... ink?
What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
So it's a paper with writing on it slipped inside. Your taste buds are so good you could taste the ink just off that paper. Was the ink fresh, I guess?
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luka and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli.
A grand jamgram?
It says, last night, I used the disguise Harris provided to scout the location. Okay, it was a disguise, I was right. I thought so. At first, I jumped to conclusions, but after I thought about it, yeah, it's clearly a disguise. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go.
Ah, man. Are they doing a heist?
Last time, it was still nighttime when we all got frozen. So what changed by having no bad weather and having her here, Beck here? Because now it's morning, way past the time where it's supposed to have that ice age. Whatever it is, it can't be good. So, more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right?
You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here.
Okay. So that was that. What is this about? You in training? No achievement? Okay.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy.
Is your grand a serial killer?
Or a cop trying to track one down?
'Cause I'm starting to get a vibe.
Don't be ridiculous.
Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart.
She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a checkmark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye.
The killer has chosen her next victim!
We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. It means she's determined Nuncreed to definitely be part of it, which he is. Definitely Mr. Kerr. Doesn't know about, Eris's brother, which is questionable. And let me clear my throat real quick, I'll mute. Okay.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool! This looks like a treasure map.
Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo.
Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map.
What about if it's freshly made? Can't fault that logic. I can.
Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town. And if we follow it,
Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right to...
It could be your farm. It could be Rolo's farm. It could be the treehouse. Or it could be the payphone. Those are my guesses. Or something else entirely different. I'd say the payphone just because it does seem to be an elevator.
He jabbed down at the end point.
Okay. Well, I mean, Town Square would have been my fourth guess, but I wasn't sure.
Town Square?
That's the fountain in the middle of town.
What a weird place to hide treasure.
Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over there.
So, it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer.
Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month?
The festival!
Did you just say gulp? Oh, he actually said it. I guess there weren't asterisks.
This feels like a gulp kind of situation.
Everyone will be gathered near the center of town.
She's gonna blow up the festival!
Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luka looked up from the map.
What was what?
No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs.
Shh. Quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Male? Oh. Tolliver. Harrium Tolliver.
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump,
Yoo-hoo!
thump,
I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump,
I'm just here to help. Just...
thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh? Guess it's nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly.
Rolo?
Luka gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
I don't think he can see you giving him a look. Rolo, don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Don't do it. What?
Flaming chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Are you the flaming chicken coop? Rolo? A mysterious creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Welp, I didn't know if I had it in me. There was only one way to find out.
Holy crap, Rollo. That was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luka scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
Turn the lights on, maybe? You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luka and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver.
Chapter 7.
Oh, chapter 7. That's new.
The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver.
Hiram, that's what it was. Hiram.
Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string.
Why is it loose?
The kids huddled in a circle,
you
discussing
found
their
loose string.
plan. One thing was certain. They couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luka's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
Good cop, bad cop, hard cop. Okay. So I have to choose between hard or chill. It seems like the good one is probably chill, right? Because he's helping our grandmother, and our grandmother, I think, is the good guy, so... This feels like the bad one, so...
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze.
I guess Rollo's gonna be hard cop?
I've got this. Read about it 100 times.
Of course. That means he's gonna talk a lot. Here we
Rollo
go.
swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, well, well. Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
I think he did kill him.
Beck and Luka gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said... Mr. Tolliver!
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face.
There
Mr.
we go.
Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
Oh, what in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk.
Now hold on. Let's just calm down.
Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luka's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or... Well, let's just say, I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance!
What? I don't even...
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance?
Dance with your mouth, punk! Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house?
I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready.
Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran.
Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh?
Blow up the festival? Good lord.
He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong.
Where is she now?
She's headed to the source.
Source? What's the source?
It's
His
where
voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began.
What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Okay, well, you tried. You got some information.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began?
We need more information.
Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? Mrs. Fratelli?
What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival.
Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about this source thing, Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. Okay, we're talking to Kaito. This is a dang nice library. Thanks. We worked hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? She likes you, Kato. Oh, Kato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Mrs. Novak sometimes. They've got you working for free. It's quiet, and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I've already told you and Rollo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing. We sort of don't know.
What do you got on the history of the town?
There's the county record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Need to drink some water. Great. We'll start there.
Chapter 8.
Oh, Chapter 8 already.
6 feet under, 3 towns over.
I don't like that title.
The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance.
Specifically the 6 feet under part.
Luka tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult.
I think she's just trying to blow her way into a secret place. Because she doesn't know about the phone booth.
As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop.
We have to keep digging.
If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of those asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life. Till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out.
You sound like my sister.
Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record.
Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be a footnote in history. Just like
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here.
I'd love to see you try.
Hey. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luka's mind.
Wait, what was that name, Beck? In the obit? J. Hartfield, Ford. Oh, hello, Batman guy. Welcome in. Bat signal? I spelled it wrong. Oh, hello, Batman guy. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. From the Brookville Tribune, 8 years ago. That can't be right.
What is it?
J. Hartford. That's my grand's name. Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were 2 J. Hartfords. Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy.
If your grand is 6 feet under, 3 towns over. Well, there's the title. They said it.
Then, who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Alright, gang. I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10.
Oh, crap. Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go.
Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something.
Luka's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement.
Well, who says he's still unconscious?
Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luka shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
Oh, Grand's home.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep.
Yeah.
His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Hi, Granny! I'm home! Oh, she's asleep. Wait, we left the door open? Are you crazy? Speaking of being crazy. Oh boy. Maybe he escaped and didn't tell anyone? Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace.
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luka's hungry stomach groaned.
I guess we go eat?
Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luka rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
Shouldn't you be careful of ink and other things? I'm afraid your jam delivery will be delayed.
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. Guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Well, that depends if she's up here waiting for me. Can I close this? I can't seem to close this. Okay, we're gonna get in trouble for that. And she's not there. Gran? Okay. Stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool.
As Luka climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself.
Come on, Luka, you got this.
Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luka groaned
It was the
and
jam.
tried to move.
You shouldn't have had Nun Creeds. As soon as it said it was for Nun Creed, I immediately thought was it going to be something like this. It was.
His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The germ? Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Did you rest now? And let me handle everything. The last time you handled things, there was an ice age.
Chapter 9.
Oh, I was about to say, chapter 9? Yeah. This is the furthest we've ever gotten.
A speech to end all speeches. Luka awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
You ate the jam. That was for Nuncreed.
Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
Because he's a bad guy who's literally murdered us before.
Shaking the questions from
Hello,
his
Avon.
woozy head,
Welcome in.
Luka snapped back to the
How are you
matter at
today?
hand.
How's life? Life is good. Playing a cute game. Let me just make sure I spell it right. Welcome in. Welcome in. You good? That's good to hear. Oh, yeah. The festival. Oh, thanks for your daily check-in. Oh, and hydrate? Yes, I do need to hydrate. Thank you. Oh, she's not here. But there's one thing I gotta do. It's already been done. Gran never fixed them. Oh, hey, there you guys are. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. The secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep.
Whoa, ho, ho. Sly devil.
I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Good. Have you found anything? We looked around, but haven't seen anything odd.
Your Gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech.
What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage.
Let's get moving.
Ooh, everyone's here.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Even the alligator book lady. Is this thing... hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and... I suppose you already know that. Oh yes. Before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man.
Even that's more than the old codger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Alright. Where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Sounds about right. Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Ah, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip, which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
A fake tear. Crocodile tears. From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held onto the things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. Uh-oh. Granny? What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
That was Granny breaking her way into whatever they're hiding. Don't worry. A little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all of my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so, it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim.
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Our harvest awaits. And Ice Age again. Froze all of us, even
At that
him.
moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched.
Well, we dead.
For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end.
For him, yes. For us, no.
On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
Yep.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything!
True.
Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again.
No, we can't do that.
No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again.
You just gotta keep trying.
Please.
So, I can go back for Chill and Sly. I can also come over here and do, Blight. We'll go back here. I want to do Chill, but Sly was the new one. I want to see how Chill goes. It might be the same as Hard,
They'd run the classic good cop,
just with slight
chill
differences.
cop interrogation.
I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luka walked calmly.
I'm
to
okay
the
with
light
this. I
switch,
don't want to have to speak
flicking
for
it off and on
Rollo.
a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell rung.
He looked over to find Luka, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all just a big mistake. Luka, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Haram a good scare. Not Haram. Hiram. His name is Hiram. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luka glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luka, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town. An archive of my dad's old disturbing patient notes.
Luka gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luka looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luka began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This all makes sense in time. He's running. He's running.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luka. A very dark past indeed. He's running.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought
He
to...
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there. And let the adults handle this.
They looked bewildered at each other.
play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their
I
town.
mean, this isn't a comic book. It is a book, but it's not a comic book.
Luka opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
What? You mean the end?
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement.
Okay, but our grandma would come back at some point. Like, he locked us down here and then went off to where?
Back to the drawing board.
Shouldn't he go tell grandma and then they do the thing that they're doing maybe and then the Ice Age happens? Okay, but we want to use Sly because that's a new word we got during the later chapters. But then there's also Flight. I guess we'll try Sly.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly
So
cop
it's gonna be Beck, right?
interrogation. Luka and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task.
Yep.
With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here? You're that Modwell girl. Please, call me Beck. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran.
Kind of.
This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So, it turns out we were both here. Oh yeah, it turns out we're both here to...
Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her, though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You're sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There is one more loose end I'll go work on. A loose end? Oh, it's nothing really. The other day, I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it. Give me the password. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for
Bye-bye.
the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look.
Uh-oh.
She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs,
Damn.
whistling a jaunty tune.
Beck could become a professional actress. You guys catch that?
Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf. But all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
You sure it's disappointment? She is a cat. Cats blink slowly when they like you. The password, Rollo.
Well, sure. But once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf.
Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
Should have asked him what the password was. We just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Oh, wait, he did tell us what it was. Buried. Covered. Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So U would be 21. N would be 14. D would be...
Oh. It's an anagram. Nuncreed's drugstore.
That probably makes sense. That was genius. If only I was doing face cam. That was quite the look on my face.
Luka
Like,
and Beck
that was
looked
genius.
at Rollo with amazement.
Yeah, amazement indeed. Rollo, that was incredible.
Well, it's either that or Cred's nude rug store.
It's not that one. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that?
What can I say? I love ciphers.
That makes sense, actually. Well, I guess we know where to go next. Sounds good to me. This is Fratelli? You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear, that man would be late to his own funeral. Probably. Oh? You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh? What do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about? I think
Gus looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. You're useless. So she's got you acting as a spy then. Which you have failed miserably. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. You haven't turned on us, have you? I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. They killed me, so no. The glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They're dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change, whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future, or be forgotten in the past?
Well, if you go with Kerr, forgotten in the past, because you're not going to have a future. If you go with your sister, you'll have a future. It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus.
Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow.
It's getting late, children. That's all you gotta say to us? You are crazy, lady. Knowledge, she spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I do hate when the villain makes a good point. Okay, lady. I forgot where we were going. Oh, the drugstore. Yeah, that's right. Why is Solomon here?
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore,
Why?
holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not.
Then where'd you get the candy from?
You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on. Licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. My first choice would be some dark chocolate. Cold. But whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess.
I like sour gobs.
I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. He must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. Well, he's right. It's locked.
There's gotta be more clues.
Okay, let's see. I mean, the phone booth. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? It's an elevator.
Besides Mr. Nuncreed? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got, like, a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad?
Kren's new drugstore. I mean, underground secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door, and they all squeezed in.
Be careful. I don't know where you're going. Last time I went down there, I was killed. That's because I was sent down there by Mr. Nuncreed, but still. All right, let's see here.
Luka cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground secrets. Sounds like that did something.
Great. Now what?
I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Oh.
The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it!
You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth?
Of course I did. Didn't I say that?
No.
I definitely thought it. Luka, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the transdimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue number 12 were real?
I don't know how I managed to read that without messing up. Rollo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic.
That's why I'm such a good predictor.
It looks like each of these has something written on them. Well, before that... This suit has a broken mask. So, have we found our mystery warehouse creeper? We've at least found their hazmat suit.
If it walks like a Nuncreed and talks like a Nuncreed.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions.
Just saying.
Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here?
Not that I know of.
This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes.
Pa always says, you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold.
Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation.
That's the thing about Pa. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late.
Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works.
What does she do?
Science stuff. Is she involved in all of this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? Maybe that's why you moved here. True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place?
This is starting to feel like something big.
That's a lot of buttons.
Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough of Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny.
You should not be touching things. Rollo, what did you do?
Nothing! I didn't even mow yet! What was that?
Hide.
Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here.
Just get back. Oh, no. Shit. Shit. Shit.
Awesome!
You all need to come with me, now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers.
Mr. Underground Secrets.
I told them it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. What do you mean? You killed me last time. Did you not? We don't care about our skins.
Hold on now. I like my skin.
This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends, back before...
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
all of this.
That's a lie.
It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee.
What happened?
Same thing that always happens. Reality. Complications. Life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks.
So, you were his sidekick?
No. We were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him.
Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luka, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He's found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it.
And my dad said no.
Your father and I both believe in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then.
Classic sidekick into villain plotline.
Walt loved being righteous, almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes.
Is there a point to this sob story?
Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
See, if you kill us... Bruh, what was that about saving our skins then?
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luka began to laugh.
What?
What?
You really don't know? My gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose.
Juniper?
It seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party.
She's going to disrupt the festival. Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know?
Apparently, she knows a lot of things.
What?
Well, let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today.
And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luka by the shoulders.
Uh-oh.
His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with.
The Ice Age thing.
Tell me now. She's in danger, boy.
What do you care? You were gonna kill us. Just because you have a crush on her? I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in town square.
A fountain? Why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source.
What the heck is the source?
If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's gonna freeze us all.
She's done that twice.
You all need to run.
Bye?
Run where?
Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back.
I want to jump in there. That did not go how I expected.
So... we're totally following him, right?
Totally.
See you on the other side.
You good? Yep. I love this town. Okay, Beck. Chapter
8.
Yeah, 8. Couldn't remember what chapter we were on.
The cold, hard truth.
Well, it's gonna be cold.
Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Winter? Right, so the cold. So it's a contained cold? A contained ice age? Because these are the mines, right? That was intense? Yeah.
I think I might have parted with some fluids in there.
Any idea where we are? Okay, considering he went first, that's gross. Somewhere cold?
Doesn't look like it got on any of us.
Good, it better not have. It didn't feel like we traveled that far.
So where did it all go?
This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We've got to catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Well, that's all well and good, but what's this way? Nothing is this way for some reason. That seems mighty suspicious. Also, am I just going to examine this or use it? I'm just going to examine it, right? Looks like we aren't getting back that way. There's got to be a way. Wait a minute. Wait, what? Okay, that looked... So, that path did look like it led the same as my home. And now this confirms it. This looks...
Familiar, yeah.
Maybe we can clear off the snow. No time. Nuncreed's getting away. No, hang on. So now that you confirmed that, when I saw this path up here, I did think that this looked like where my house would be. At least this reminded me of that path. Apparently it is. Still can't go that way, so this way. Okay, well, does this look familiar now? Okay. This is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be most well-versed on all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town.
Ah, I got it! It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien.
Rollo. Actually, Rollo's been has been a total genius so far in a lot of things. And the clipboards do very much come off like some sort of alien clones.
Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures.
Oh boy, here we go.
The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold.
Hello, Lack. Welcome in. Thanks for the hydrate. I do need to hydrate whenever I'm doing Rollo's voice. Gotta grab a new bottle, though. Welcome in, Lack. How are you?
We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there.
It's a funny voice, yeah. Just woke up, morning, Lack.
The final objective: kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizen of their choosing.
You never really had me. But you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. Why is this one in particular destroyed?
As they rounded the
Wait,
corner
what?
to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild.
Now hold on there, lady. Don't you do anything crazy now.
Upon closing the distance, Luka recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
So when you said town square, you meant this one.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town.
Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luka, you and your friends need to leave. Right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his
Oh
eyes.
no. I am not a hostage, sir. Oh, okay, good.
Listen to your grandma, Luka. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luka approached closer.
This man has killed me a couple times. As far as I know. And yet here he is, telling me to just go. This is between them.
Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing.
How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luka, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Granny, or whoever you are, you're going to kill us all.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change.
Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets.
Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luka's mind flooded with questions.
Am I going to say a word?
The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
Well, all I can do is weep, and clearly that's not the right one. This is going to fail and send me back to the other story.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luka whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luka for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
So she's still going to do it? Yes, she is. This'll all make sense soon, Luka. Then everything can go back to normal. It won't. You'll just freeze us all. I promise. How does she unleash it? Does she, like, throw that down there and it warms up this place but freezes ours?
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall.
Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
And we're dead.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation.
We're dead.
The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to do it yourself? Get your hands dirty? What? I don't think she's gonna finish this sentence.
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
And there we go. You destroyed us all.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luka. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act.
100%.
Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest.
Nope.
Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers.
Well, at least their love is frozen for all eternity.
The end.
The end.
Well, that was dire.
It was.
On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from.
True.
Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Yeah, easy. Alright, we gotta go over here and flight. Oh god, this scene.
Luka drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Good. Let's get the hell out of here. Wow. I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts. But I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks! Fine. We know where that leads them. This way. We'll take the tunnels.
Luka and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luka stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the?
Is it by the dumping grounds?
That was all he
Warehouse?
was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice.
Hard as that? Wait, what? How did we get down there? Wait, what?
In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luka's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luka pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a
How the
snowy
heck did we
terrain.
get down here? We got down here naturally. That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. And what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Yeah, I guess we go down. Oh, we should not. Oh, what's the readout? Sitting just above 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Meh, still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now.
Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade.
Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. What's all this?
Hard to say with all this snow.
I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under there.
What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weep Wood.
I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1. Snow's gotta go.
I'll see what I can do.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign
15
that
degrees.
now clearly read,
Jesus.
"Welcome to Beacon Pines."
Well, glad I'm not here.
This doesn't make any sense.
We're in Beacon Pines?
How's that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here?
I guess we got turned around.
Where did all this snow come from?
Well, it's been colder than normal lately.
There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape.
The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. The source?
You think it's related? What the hell's going on?
We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving.
Luka! Luka, are you there?
Luka had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that...
Oh, it was Kerr. Wrong voice, whatever.
It's that bozo Kerr.
I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luka looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luka responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you.
He speaks. The young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios?
Just lucky, I guess.
Boy howdy, you Van Hords are full of surprises, aren't you?
You knew my parents?
I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mother sure was a handful.
Luka winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luka could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim, run. Wait, will you acknowledge the barrels? We'll go back. Also, there's no railings, actually. There's no, like, fence railings. Oh, you are acknowledging.
This stuff look familiar to you?
It looks like the barrel near the puddle I,
Shoved me into. Yeah.
Oh, I can actually just cross... Okay.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luka went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone.
What?
There's nothing here but more snow.
There must be an explanation for all of this. We have to keep looking.
You can look all you want. I quit.
Iggy, we have to keep going. Hello, Mako. Welcome in. Thanks for your daily check-in. 42 times, nice. Just 8 more times.
You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. My face is mangled. This town is destroyed. And everyone we've ever known is gone.
We don't know that. You can't just quit.
Do whatever you want. I'm done.
Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luka peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luka a sense of compassion and more than a little guilt.
It's kind of his own fault, always being a bully. It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luka allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
The way the snow covered everything over. It's kind of calming.
Yeah.
Haven't had time to say it, but thanks
Huh?
for getting us away from those creeps. I sorta froze up back there.
Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper.
Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right?
Of course not.
And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper.
But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. That's exactly what you should have done.
Huh?
I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works.
Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you?
Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point.
Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into fights?
Iggy shrugged.
It's something to do.
You're an asshole because you're bored?
Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo are always having a blast together. Laughing and chilling. Or laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
Iggy now wept openly.
Perfect little Luka Van Horn. With his perfect little life.
My life is not perfect.
Everybody in town likes you.
Not everybody.
Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet, and even she already likes you.
You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. She ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luka gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
Huh. It must be raining out here.
Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep.
Yeah.
Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all this.
Luka's eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
Luka?
Yeah?
I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse.
What do you think?
Not bad.
I'll give you the full tour when we get back.
You know what?
That's all Luka could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad.
The house smelled of warm bread.
The house?
Luka was playing with toy blocks on the
dreaming.
living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luka spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luka turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes.
Wait. If there's a Beacon Pines down here, maybe there is a doppelganger of us.
Aw, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you?
Or is this whole book going on inside Luka's head?
Luka snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luka turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luka was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, now, we both know that's not how this went.
Everything is true here. It's just what we choose.
He grabbed Luka's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luka heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luka gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luka's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this.
Okay, so it's not the fight that I thought was going to be. So he didn't just walk out on us. He was trying to do what he thought was right.
Eleanor raised her voice.
And something happened and he never came back.
Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luka flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luka, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luka descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luka eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luka placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luka's ears. Listen to me, Luka. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luka hugged his father tightly. Promise?
Well, that's a promise he couldn't keep.
Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
At least he intended to keep the promise. Wait, what?
A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off me!
Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Luka looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
Girl? You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take it easy, Iggy.
You were asleep minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads.
I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy.
You didn't hurt nobody.
Anybody.
Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me. You...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
big-hatted, scarfy-necked furball.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker in the infinite expanse of possibility. Great. How about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off?
Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait. Do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might also say that.
Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not?
Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are.
All right, that does it. Luka, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here, one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Where are you going? Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well. I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luka and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luka and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weep Wood. Or we teleported to some alternate universe. Or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful.
Just give it to us straight.
So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here. But the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair. But a replica, nonetheless.
That's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town.
Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, oh my god. Well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. So, who was it? It was Rollo that said that Kerr and his people came here some years ago and allowed everyone to relocate to some, like, hotels or whatever to, like, out of the town while they fix the town, fix the soil. Did they just, like, make a new town? And none of us realized? Narrator? Luka and Iggy looked around uncomfortably.
So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed?
Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
There you are, narrator. The source.
Why'd you say the source like that?
Why, indeed.
Luka began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they could.
He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this is really home,
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out.
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west, through Weep Wood.
Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luka and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luka sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest.
Yep.
But right now, there was one thing that Luka needed to know.
This place.
Luka stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb
grave.
hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luka's lips.
You're here. All this time, I thought I was visiting you. So what, they took the tree, but didn't they just replicated the grave? But you've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the whole world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luka's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh,
Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy.
yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
The hazmat?
We gotta hide.
The hazmat. And 259K. Fall off distance still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? It's the grave of someone with a family. The people who loved them will never know the truth. The truth is overrated.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah. Come on. It's almost lunchtime. Ha, weirdo.
Here, I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on graves.
Luka stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me.
Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some advice.
Iggy gave Luka a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey,
Who's any of this helping?
what?
Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover. Who you helping?
Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone.
Blah, blah, blah. Luka Van Horn. You're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you, acting like a horse's ass.
I should stand up for myself.
Hell yeah. Kerr and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right?
Nat mentioned something about a source.
Luka wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to perennial harvest.
Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it?
What do you have in mind?
If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it.
And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge.
I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. Well, I don't think it's... It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luka. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rollo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh, heavens, no. Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luka shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I?
Ah, shucks.
Now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. This is my home. They literally dragged... I did see the drag marks. They literally dragged it off.
Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that?
Long story. So a few years back, I, came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff.
So why did you bury it under a tree?
That's the long part of the story. You and Rollo were doing chores at Rollo's chicken coop. And you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luka rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't. The flaming coop?
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But, like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things.
You blew up the chicken coop?
I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, you should have seen the looks on your faces.
Rollo got grounded for months.
Which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. But when I came back for him later, they were gone. Figured some grown-up found him and tossed him.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us.
Unbelievable. Oh, thank God you remember that. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who is in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast-off, loser.
Crooked. Just like this whole stinking place.
Oh, that's the word I needed. I can't go up there. Any other words? Or is it just that one? I think that's probably the word I needed for the other story. Hey, can I even go this way? Yeah, no. It's just this.
Luka and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! 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 Echo!
Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out from town now.
And why did they dig a giant hole?
I think this is it.
This is the source? It's a dang hole. How do we smash a hole?
Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr. Where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Drat, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. The fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. Oh, he's not the head honcho. Uh-oh.
What do you mean you don't know? Aren't you in charge?
Oh, heavens no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way.
It seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey.
The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight.
Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you.
Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. Makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luka with a sly glance.
Sorry, Ardion. Why are you smirking?
Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable.
The joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole?
Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know. I'm an exceptional liar.
Up. That's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You all can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down.
What? Like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Whoa.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luka. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luka dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow.
I mean, you're about to freeze us all, so we're just gonna get frozen here, aren't we?
He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child! What have you done? Luka, listen to me. Hold on tight, and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference. They're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself.
If he lets go, we both die.
I don't want to die, but seeing the look in your face almost makes it worth it.
Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go? That's quite something to ask someone. Mr. Kerr, you're old. Just let go.
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas Young.
With a
Phileas
wild look in
Young.
his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Wow, can you believe this guy?
Oh, I got another word.
Luka's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too.
Luka, look at me. It's okay.
Luka felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luka's body burned.
He can't... Be real, he can't pick you up.
I'm not his friend.
Yes, you are.
Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr.
Iggy, no.
Luka felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies.
I can't.
It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luka, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once.
Oh. Interesting. He threw the firework and it reacted, so we're all gonna freeze anyway, right? Feels like this is the worst one? Because we fall down with him, surely. There's no way we're lifting up Kerr.
Luka had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket.
Also, they're clearly both bad because we still have a word to use in the other one.
A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luka with his eyes one last time, but Luka pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now.
Mirror?
A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair.
Oh, really, dude?
Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away.
The founder? Is that your boss?
A swarm of hands overpowered Luka. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end.
At least we're technically alive?
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Yeah, I know. That's why I did it. This only has one, which is questionable. This has just the one. Nope, go this way. We're going to accept.
Luka had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
If they fall and hit the thing, apparently the firework thing
With a
didn't
quiet
work.
blink,
If they
Luka
hit
watched a
it,
teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
And there's the firework. What the hell? This seems bad. Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Luka, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. That is curious. Why did it only freeze the hole? Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. So a torch falling down was too much energy. Those fireworks were the right amount. Interesting. So if I can know about those fireworks with my gran, not until you tell me what just happened. And your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempest liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So, the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the hole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case. Are you the founder?
We have some idea what that would look like.
No, we do. It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my own way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, is to buy us precious time.
Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what?
You.
Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luka Van Horn. You're gonna save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luka followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold.
Narrator?
Second time's a charm?
What is happening, narrator?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy.
Same.
No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels.
Okay.
Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Fair enough. It's a whole thing. Well, the only thing I can do is go back over here and hum.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luka had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay.
So if she is his gran, the mother of Eleanor, she probably hummed it to Eleanor?
That melody pervaded every memory Luka had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud.
Unless she is his mother.
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luka was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
Be good?
Luka lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? The only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luka blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly.
So I was right? I just figured that out.
He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother.
Well, it took you this long to realize.
Only smaller, older, changed.
I also started to think it because Nat talked about time. Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luka sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were gone. You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luka, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luka. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luka. But I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luka. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then, what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big.
I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time,
You wouldn't.
her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now. There's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luka gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small.
You're not that small.
Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. Okay, good. For a second, I thought she was gonna jump or something, but okay, good. Gonna drink some water as he sits there suffering. He who's he? It better not be Nat. You don't understand. He always wins. Are you talking about Sharper? Wait, what about... Wait a minute. What about Solomon? If she became old, Sharper didn't become young, did he?
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret, and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd. And just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean the place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. Literally just a few days. But while they had us evacuated... Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to... You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? Hello, Misa. Welcome in. How are you today? Thanks for your daily check-in. Did I spell that right? Yes, I did. Good. You're welcome. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you all see? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
You should be a voice actor? I don't know about that. Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable so that she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... Uh-oh. He's sharper. Thank you, Misa. Make sure to get some good sleep then. That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Thank you for the lurk. So you are sharper, aren't you? Yes, sir. Take them away. No. I want them to see this. Ah. The tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter. Your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr. Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I'll take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious. Most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
So they never recognized their own father. They were still talking about their father being a great man and looking up to him.
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents.
You
A
about?
triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
Sure is. What? No! Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Ha! Wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard! I'm glad you're back, so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again.
Sorry. This is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr.
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward!
Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless
Your
quiet
kids, maybe?
settled over the crowd.
Eris? I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence, Augustus. An adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse. A son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably let me down. I struggle with that word. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's all right, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter. Cheer up. You are about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor, desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty.
Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest?
Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskit could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell.
Milk? Did you mean milk?
So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow. You've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, Vesperian extraordinaire, at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It truly was the role of a lifetime. Wait, so this Bill Kerr was a Pat C the whole time? Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you?
Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple.
I'm not afraid of you.
Ha! The young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you.
You can't do this.
Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do, given time. And now, time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it. Ha!
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
I see.
The end.
Well, you can't live forever if the whole world suddenly freezes over. Are you... But...
This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now.
They're quite clear at this point.
You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He
Agreed.
might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
I did get a new word. For this one, right? Yes, for this one. So this is the one where he threw me down the phone booth, and I was captured, never seen from again. I assume death, but who knows. But if I say malice...
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring. Luka felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luka to get out of there.
I just want this all to be over.
Of course. I'm sure it will all work out soon enough.
I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rolo at the treehouse.
Luka twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Luka, you know your dad and I were good friends, back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all.
Kicking the butt. Oh, there's Solomon. AKA Sharper. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice. Mama always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up. But my problems always seemed to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. Can I talk to everyone? No. I gotta talk to Solomon. You're still just studying. Good luck. I'll come over to you. These festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree. This is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if someone...
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Okay, well, I can't talk to them. They definitely didn't go this way. Was I supposed to follow them or go the other way? Can't even go that way, okay. Okay, there's no way they came all... Wait, well, maybe. Let me double check. Okay, definitely not. So they ran this direction, but they're talking about the other sign. Weird. So you are talking about this way, aren't you? Identify yourself, please. Nellie Modwell. I work here now. I am unable to locate you on our staff. It's behind my mic stand. Why is it all the way over here on the right? Roll. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits.
Wow. You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junkin', sonny.
Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junkin'?
I might as well ask the same thing of you.
Find anything good?
Bah, ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups.
Well, I better get going.
I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing.
See what?
Exactly.
Nope, I keep getting stuck on the... What sign are we messing with? Oh, wait at the treehouse. Also, what is this then? We never really talked about that. Also, do I have a word that I can use? Yes, I do.
Luka tied a bent nail onto the line. If all you have is a hammer,
What am I going to get? Plywood? A picture? It's a photo of you and Uncle Joseph. Let me see that. Huh. Look at those two young fools. How did it end up at the bottom of the pool? Pond. Who can say? Some things are just hard to explain. I miss Uncle Joseph. How come he doesn't come fishing with us anymore? He's busy with his new job at Valentine's. What's a new job got to do with him fishing with us? It's complicated. Like I said, some things are hard to explain. Hey, I got it. Well, that's quite a haul. Feels like a good time to pack up. Aw, just a little bit longer. If things lasted forever, they might not feel as special, huh? I guess. I'll make you a deal, Buckaroo. If you ever feel like you need to talk, about anything at all, you just say, let's go fishing, and I'll know what you mean. Like a secret password? Yep. Top secret. Neat. What a perfect day. Yeah. Bye. Rollo?
he aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! Ah. Rollo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luka felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luka found himself in a vast black expanse.
As usual.
This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source.
The source, yeah.
He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting.
Waiting for our doppelganger?
Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luka stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luka turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luka found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail.
So all these different paths, these different branches, they all exist together, waiting.
Wait? For what?
For the final conclusion?
Another voice spoke out as Luka's doppelganger stepped forward.
There you are.
"That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luka began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luka's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luka turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luka laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, buckaroo. Luka was startled from his dream
Rolo?
by a banging on the floor.
Is that Rolo?
Are you in there?
A commanding voice rumbled from below.
Oh, I don't think that's Rolo.
Just as Luka sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open.
Well, shoot.
Chapter 5.
We're all the way back in 5. Is it Mr. Kerr? None? Creed? You...
Dangers big and small. Luka stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight.
None, Creed?
Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luka froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Or is it Rolo who's been aged? It's Rolo who's been aged. Stop right there. Or I'll...
Sheesh. I know it's dark and all. I'd figured you'd recognize me.
Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now, or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat.
Whoa. Take it easy. Luka, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rolo.
Nice try, but I know you aren't Rolo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he?
Uncle. Luka, quit messing around. It's me.
If it really is you, prove it.
Flaming chicken coop, Luka.
Luka's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rolo, only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you?
When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away.
What? Where did they take you?
Don't know. They threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rolo proudly presented his hands to Luka.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower. But beggars can't be choosers.
Rolo, it wasn't just your hands.
And my feet, too? Dang. Paul just made me new shoes. Wait, Luka, why are you so small?
Luka moved to the side and pointed Rolo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo!
Rolo, what did they do to you?
And they made me drink some sort of green crud.
Ew.
Actually, it wasn't too bad. Kind of tasted like licorice. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sorta smashed open my cage and escaped.
Whoa. You smashed open a cage?
Kinda. At least, I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur.
They had you in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it.
Fix it? This is awesome!
Well, I'm just glad you're safe now.
Luka, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched. But look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family.
Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous.
Danger! Ha!
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take 'em all on.
Hey fellas, what's up? Why are you wearing a beanie?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luka.
Ah! Take cover!
Did I come at a bad time?
Who the heck are you?
This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. Oh, right, I forgot she also had the green thing on her hair. What happened? So she's wearing the beanie to cover it. I didn't know where else to go. So, you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? Ah, no. This is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old.
I'll have you know, this is a recent development.
What the heck does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here.
That's fair. How'd you find us? Your silly little treehouse?
I think you mean our silly little mission control.
I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket from a mile away.
See, Luka, this is why we need to improve security around here.
Not now, Rollo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
anything you say around me, you can say around Rollo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay. Just need to play it cool. And hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just... Come over here. Let me have a look. Oh, honey. What in the world did you do to your hair? I just kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. You were the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck. He is. Him and his weird cult of personality. You are not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough for her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What?
In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival. But not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. But that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom.
Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded?
No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look.
Great. Can we get back to the story now?
This next part is the important bit. Actually, let me pause it right there. I need to use the restroom real quick.
Okay. One moment. Okay. So she's talking about the radio. I guess she's about to tell us the password thing.
I have this radio I upgraded with my mom. I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to dial in something worth listening to. Who's talking? Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies. I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie Modwell seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She's offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. I'm assuming he's still in his child form. Once she finishes the work, we need to make a determination regarding her. Long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the endgame, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to perennial harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay, just for a bit. Oh? It's just, we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline. And rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand, I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. Just so we're clear, when they say loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like, actually killing someone? Capital murder.
Luka gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is this founder? I was hoping you guys would know.
Nah. As far as we know, Kerr's the top banana at perennial harvest.
He sounded scared of this founder guy.
So, we have an even topper banana on the field.
What the hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected.
Luka, do you think that body at the warehouse was...
The person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense.
Beck? It seems like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended.
I'm getting that impression. Okay. So we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens.
That's only 2 days away. Won't she just come home after work?
The creep on the radio said they were going to hold her in there until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help.
You have blueprints?
Well, it's really just a welcome map from my mom's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout.
Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys! We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
His mind's still the same.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6.
Oh, we're in 6 now.
The Heist.
The heist.
They spent the night's end huddled
So I guess
around
we're trying to
that
make it to
small
chapter
map,
10?
formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology. Not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement.
If I'm on chapter 6, the other ones went to chapter 9. It's already been 5 hours, and it's literally 2 in the morning. I thought I could finish this. I might have to end it here and do a third stream next week. Because these chapters take a little bit of time. So I'm probably looking at at least another 2 hours, at least. So maybe I should call it here. Yeah, I guess I will. But let me at least get to a thumbnail.
This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luka, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse.
Here, perfect. I just wanted a picture to go in the thumbnail. So I'll have the book. This will be perfect. I will end it here then. We shall find someone to raid on Twitch. Go ahead and mute the music. Let's see. I can raid Annual, Aqua, Space Turtle, Clouds, Berry. Let's go with maybe we'll go with Aqua. Yeah, let's do Aqua. I don't remember if I've raided her before or not, but we'll do Aqua. Raid 1 for followers. Raid 2 for subs. Go ahead and grab one of those. We shall raid. So thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Those who are in chat and those who are just lurking, I appreciate it. It's always good to have you guys with me. I hope you all have a good morning, day, or night, whatever time it is for you guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye, everyone.
In a room where shadows loom, a man sits deep in gloom, with a pen held tight in hand, sketching dreams that understand. Walls may close, the night may fall, but his spirit stands tall. Lines he draws are doors that lead to worlds where dreams are free. With a pen he built his dreams, turning silence into streams. In his mind he's never alone, crafting realms he calls his own. Paper whispers, secrets told, journeys inked in black and bold. Mountains climb or rivers bend, in the world that he can mend. He may be confined and still, yet his heart is wild with thrill. Through each line a sky so wide, in his world he takes a ride. Every size painted bright, stars that gleam in darkest night. With a pen his spirit